Hello, how are you doing? Why isn't it letting me share it? How's it going? Hopefully you can hear me. Seems like everything's working. Yeah, okay, good. Very good. Let me put on some music and start writing. Let's see. What are you doing? You doing homework? Nice. That's good. I wasn't sure. Wait a minute. No way. When did I gain 5 followers? What's up, frat bro? Welcome to the stream. Let's see. Forgive me. I am trying to validate that my follower count is right. Interesting. Well, that's interesting. I don't know why it says I got 15. Yeah, man, I'm working on it. And yes, I am still doing names, Sundere. I gotta get to 50 subs in order to get affiliate, but for some reason, it's saying I have 15 subs when I only have 10 on this thing. Let me see if I can fix it real quick. There we go. That is the correct number. Yeah, so tonight we will be continuing to work on some of the basics. I think on Saturday I'm gonna mix it up and do some character building, like more in-depth character building with the chat if I have anyone actually in here on Saturday. But for tonight, we will kind of continue with the same theme. I should do is I should just... Hey, welcome back, Angry Meatball. Good to see you. Yeah, I kind of like Aiden's archive. I mean, for context, Aiden was one of my first D&D characters and kind of one of my longest running D&D characters. So the name is very fitting, but I am open to ideas. Waifu Central is also a very fitting name, not for the concept, but just for the sheer fact that when I first moved into this house that I currently live in, it's actually my Wi-Fi name. A friend of mine picked it, and so that's why I made this my Twitch stream name. However long ago, probably 6 years ago, whenever I first set up Twitch. So, yeah, I'm definitely open to suggestions. Trying to make the stream a little better every time we do this. So, any feedback and any ideas are appreciated, for sure. See, I've got some new users here, so welcome to the chat. Thanks for stopping by. If it's your first time here, I am a dungeon master for Dungeons and Dragons, working on my next big campaign. So I am trying to do some world building, trying to get some writing done, and I figured why not just stream it, talk to you guys, help generate some ideas, and just, frankly hold myself accountable to getting some of this writing done. So if you have any suggestions for anything on the Word doc here, or even if it's something that maybe I haven't put on the Word doc yet because I'll be updating it regularly, please feel free to throw it in the chat, and I will add it to the list. I put anything you suggest on here regardless of how crazy it might sound. So, also, not to be a shameless shill, but it's my second stream. I'd love to, see if I can make this thing grow at all. So our current goal is just simply to get to 50 followers by the end of the month. I think that's pretty doable. So if you like what you see, and you'd be so kind to give me a follow, I'd appreciate it. Rip Aiden. He's up there chasing the Everstorm now. Shut up, man. It's a sore subject for me, alright? I'm still butthurt about that session. But yes, he is up there chasing the Everstorm now. Let's see. Alright. Actually, I need to throw a few more topics on here. All right. Should be good enough to get us started for tonight. So I'm just gonna be taking notes. Feel free to drop something in the chat, and I will read all your comments. And like I said, put anything you guys suggest in this doc for future use. Feel free to take from this doc. Obviously, we just got the stream started, so there's not a whole lot on here. But any ideas that we put in this kind of group doc, it's an open market of ideas, so it's not really just for me. If you see any of these names or ideas that you'd like to use in your own campaign, or maybe for your own character, feel free to take it. You know, it's D&D, so I'm not going to be selfish with these ideas. I just appreciate any help or feedback you guys provide. Also, let me know if you like this concept at all, or if you would be interested in some like more in-depth character building, because I'm thinking about doing that on Saturday as opposed to doing kind of this general format. Might do this on Mondays and Wednesdays, and maybe do a little bit more in-depth character building with the chat on Saturdays. But I'm open. This is obviously a new thing for me, so I'd love to hear your thoughts. Do you have a digital map you can pull up on this document screen? Yeah, probably. I know I have a digital copy of it. Just give me a minute. That's a good question. Give you guys something else to look at. Yeah, give me a few minutes and I will try to do that for you, Angry Meatball. Pretty sure I had it saved. Maybe not. Daddy's home. Welcome back, Certified Wetback. It's good to see you. Okay. That's not right. Why is it not? Whatever. I'll update it later. It's okay. All right. Let's see here. Maybe. to get a visual of the map up. You know what? Since it's being dumb, maybe I can do this another way. But in general, I am working on the mundane obsolete item section while taking suggestions for everything else, obviously. Let's do this. Do that. Insert. There we go. 2 birds with 1 stone. All right. Hey, NASA Daddy 69, welcome to the chat. And you've got a suggestion right out the gate. I love it. Dixie Normus. Okay. Oh my fucking god. Why is it every single person I know has to leave these? Yeah, so this is an incomplete version of the map, but this is the geographical layout. Angry Meatball. Yeah, Sundari, you would love Dixie Normus. But yeah. Pretty much all of them, to be totally honest. Pretty much all of them. The focus would be the bigger ones, right? Because most of the stuff on here, this obviously, yeah, the ring would be great. The map is off of Ink Arnet. So I have a lot of this stuff that I need to find names for. But any of these bigger ranges would, of course, likely have names. The Pupil of the World. No copyright, lol. Sounds awfully familiar. But yeah, NASA Daddy, welcome to the chat. If you're not sure what's going on here, I am writing for the next D&D campaign, and figure why not just put it on stream. So if you would be so kind as to give me a follow, I would greatly appreciate it. We're looking to get to 50 followers so I can eventually make affiliate. Hopefully it would be great if we can do it within a month. That'd be awesome. But yeah, these are the topics, just to scroll back up for anyone who may have joined the chat and not seen them. We are looking for some potential Twitch usernames so I can swap out of Waifu Central. Character names, so far the only one we've got is Dixie Normus. Quite a big name. And, you know, all these other topics. I'll add some more throughout the night or as suggestions come in. I will put anything you guys put in the chat on this document. That is my commitment to you. But otherwise, I will keep it scrolled in here on the map because maybe this map will help jog some inspiration. And then I don't have to look at the separate sheet. It's kind of convenient. Good call, Angry Meatball. Anyways, let's see. Where waifu content? I don't know if that was a complete sentence, but I am the waifu content. The Floridas at the top look like a tiger's leg if you flip the map. You could make it an animal name. I see what you're saying. That's interesting. And then Booba? Yeah, I like that. I like that certified wetback. That's a good idea. Let me go ahead and make a note of that. It's a very good idea. Look at that. We're building a world together, guys. Side character name, Dr. Penn, a trait. Really? Really, NASA Daddy 69? This is what we're going to do? I would encourage you to play one of these character names. Fucking step up from Deadwood to Dixie Enormous, why don't you? Now, here's a question. What field is Mr. Penetrate a doctor in? You know, what did he get his degree in? We shouldn't have asked that question. I love this map though. Got a lot of work to do on it, but it's so damn pretty. Oh, thank you, NASA Daddy. I hope you like my new graphic. Oh, look, and it worked too. Now we are at 11 followers on a goal of 50. Hell yeah. We're unstoppable. We're basically a rocket ship. We're taking NASA Daddy 69 all the way to the moon. All the way with Elon. Could you imagine if Elon Musk watched this stream? That'd be insane. I mean, it could be right now. We don't technically know. Just for clarification, for those who are maybe thinking out of different ideas, this mundane obsolete items one, it's kind of interesting. That's what I'm working on right now. The idea is that I really like taking, maybe objects that don't serve like much purpose in, like our current age, I guess, and make them a little bit more interesting or unique through the use of magic, right? So like just giving an example would be like a stone slab or tablet that maybe has like ancient writing on it, and it seems very mundane or ordinary, right? but when you touch it, the voice of whoever wrote said slab projects into the mind of the one who is holding it. So, just, along that line of thinking, you don't have to necessarily add the magical effect to it if you can't think of one, but just boring objects is what I'm looking for. Something that I can add some spice into. Seriously though, I've always liked Greek names. Yes, Greek names are great. Greek names are great. I love Greek names. Tallest mountain should be Rockhead's Rock Ranch. I don't know about that, Frat Bro 202, but I'll put it on the list because I promised I would put anything on the list. That could actually be a great one-shot idea though for the boys. You could reprise your role as Rockhead. Rockhead's Rock Ranch. It's the inkling of an idea. Real world mountains come from lots of sources. Some are named after the geographical region, like America's Appalachian Mountains. Others get more poetic descriptions, like Himalaya or Hindi Kush, Killers of Hindus. Have you thought about political systems in the major cities? Yeah, Angry Meatball, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Mine would probably lean on the side of more poetic more often than not. And then, yes, Certified Wetback. I have the three political factions or three types of governing bodies. Is there's a straight up dictatorship, a theocratic republic, and then I forget the technical term, it's somewhere in my notes, but a European Union style coalition of independent states. Those are the three major governments. That's fair. And so here's where the trick comes in with that Angry Meatball is I have to find there's a lot of lore that I'm working on, but I have to find the balance of how much of this stuff would get lost in time and how much of it would be renamed. So like if you take this ring, right, the largest range of mountains, it's heavily implied both from the map and then from the lore of the story that the entire continent, just like the real world, like Pangea, was all one physical continent at one point. But after the reclamations, which we talked a little bit about last time, after these kind of catastrophic events that kind of reset the clock on the world, people had to start from scratch. So there's some history, there's some lore that's accessible to these people. So it's kind of a balancing act, trying to figure out how much of it I put from the perspective of the first generation of people, how much I put from the second generation, and how much I put from the third. If that makes any sense. You can call one of the mountains the man maker, whereas surrounding cities and their young on coming of age trials. Crater Mountains, laugh out loud. No, to answer your question, Angry Meatball, the average people know next to nothing about the cataclysms. There have been two of them. The first one would have been, realistically from the current day over 10 plus thousand years. And then the second one would have been probably about 4,500 years. 4,500 years. So it's been quite some time. Um, but all that the average person knows is that obviously they were cataclysmic, and that prophecies say that there will be a third one, and when it happens, the world will just not exist after the third one. It'll basically be a done deal at that point. The Crater Mountains. All right, I'm gonna put both of those on the list: the Man Maker and the Crater Mountains. Kind of like the concept you're going for there with the Man Maker. I just don't know if that would fit better in the dictatorship setting or the kind of the free state setting. Or maybe I'll just make it specific to one town. I do like that concept though. The Crater Mountains. Or you could call it the Child's Climb. That way, the top is an achievement that not all see. Okay, fair enough. I like that. I think I can make something out of that. Excuse me for 10 seconds while I grab a water. Okay. I am back. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I know there are a lot of good questions, Angry Meatball. I definitely appreciate the questions. Um, Part of the reason why I'm starting this process so early on is because questions like that are great, and they help me kind of focus in on what I need to be able to answer, and help me move this process along much more quickly. So I really do appreciate it. The goal is to start the actual campaign in probably early July or the end of June. I'm in my last couple terms of school. I'll be finished in June, towards the end of June, I should say, and that's going to be pretty damn awesome. But once I'm done with school, I'll be able to focus a bit more time on running these sessions, and hopefully by then I'll have the infrastructure set up to actually stream it. It would be kind of cool to turn this into its own thing, kind of blow it up. If it's something that might change later that will have local names for local links, it seems like the easiest thing to do is to name the whole thing something simple and have each region call their section something more specific. You're not wrong. That's kind of why I'm taking the more generic approach to the naming structure, right? And just kind of throwing things at the wall. As I know that's not a process that works for everyone, but it does it does work well for me because, like, perfect example, the man maker that Certified Webback put in the chat. Even though this doesn't necessarily have a place in the world yet, because I'm very good at taking like just random shit, like even this Rockheads Rock Ranch. I can make a story out of that, and then as I make a story out of these names, it'll help inform where in the world it should go, right? Like case in point, I don't know why I did an update here on this image, but this region here is actually called the Broken Blade. That's already canonical. That's already something that I'm going to for sure have. I've already named one of these islands here as Alot Island. But I was able to pick out those names based on one of the character stories that I've already worked on for the campaign. It's actually where I ran the one shot that I talked about on Monday. So I wouldn't worry too much, right? Like use the map for reference. Don't worry too much about making specific correlations to things because as we go on, right? Like obviously I plan to stream my writing process the pretty much the entire time. So the longer this goes, and the more popular this grows, the more ideas hopefully we're generating, the faster I'll be able to turn out these kind of story ideas, and then help inform kind of the world setting, if that makes any sense. Have you thought of currency names? Not any good ones. Um, you know, I'm definitely open to currency suggestions. I'll put it here on the list if you have one. Circle Mountains, Bowl Mountains. Fair enough. Yeah, this is going to be a rather large world, though, right? So, another thing to keep in mind is even if, like, the mainline or mainstream things change as we get closer to the actual launch of the campaign, some of these ideas will make a lot of sense to use in lesser parts of the world, right? Like, not, and that's kind of the point, is not everyone's going to call that ring of mountains the same thing throughout the entire world. It'll probably have a geographical name, like something you'd find on an official map, but a group of people living on a far off island who only know the mountains through story or hearsay might have a completely different name for it, you know? So the more the merrier. What's the point? This is cool though. I'm really enjoying this. I hope for those who are here taking part in the stream that you're enjoying it as well. Work on making this stream a little bit nicer every time I do it. I got a new webcam coming on Friday, so the Saturday stream should be looking even crisper. But yeah. It's gonna be a good time. I got a lot of stuff in the works. I'm actually working on a set right now. As a matter of fact, kind of renovating my garage. So I'm in the process of cleaning and getting all my stuff during the day where it needs to be there. That way I can, instead of streaming in here in my room, I can stream out there, and I'll have all my D&D accessories and the whole 9 yards out there. Character named Jason Fist of the God Emperor. All right. Fist of the God Emperor. God Emperor. Wouldn't it be Emperor God? Either way. I mean, the names are just absolutely on point tonight. I just want to point that out. That not these are all slappers. Jason Fist of the God Emperor. I feel like I hate to say it, frat bro, but is this an original idea or is this from something? Like it sounds like I don't know. This sounds like something you'd see on Reddit, to be honest. On r/boss fights. It's a great subreddit. It's 40k. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Oh, name def made up. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean it's a wild name for sure. Fist of the God Emperor. What's the story there, I wonder? How does someone get named Fist of the God Emperor? And who is the God Emperor? King Grinstead Bloodtooth. Okay. There will definitely be kings. Hey, before D&D is now following. Thank you. Thank you so much. Grinstead Bloodtooth. Okay. Oh, true questions. They do. They do. I'm gonna put a note by that. See, this one. So I was talking about before. Angry Meatball. Like, I could definitely see. I don't know this way I'm gonna go with, but I could definitely see the ruler of the dictatorship going by some ludicrous name like God Emperor. That would be kind of ridiculous, but I could also see like an elite force of soldiers or bodyguards or maybe assassins with names like Fist. It'd be interesting. King Grinstead Bloodtooth. That's a striking name. Bloodtooth. Bigotegra. All great names. But hey guys, we've already moved up 2 followers. We're doing quite all right. 50 by March. I think we can do that. All right, it's only need 38 people. Yeah. It's crazy too. I was in some of the other Twitch channels before getting on for D&D, and it's crazy how few people actually like how little traction there is. There weren't many people who had more than 50 followers or 50 people watching, I should say. You know, I guess if you're not Critical Role, you're probably not getting thousands upon thousands of views, or if you're not one of the other big names in the industry. That is an intense name. Fist of the God Emperor. Man. Let's see. Dix enormous. Okay. Get back to it. Here's a question. How would you make a calculator magical? Not like a... Or what would be the magical equivalent of a calculator? The story goes that Grinstead was captured while serving in his father's military as a teenager. He was tied up and held for ransom, but escaped after lunging at one of his captors and ripping out his... Oh, shit. So his actual name isn't Bloodtooth. He just earned that name from fucking ripping a dude's throat out. That's pretty fucking intense. I like that. That is definitely something. That's a story that deserves to be told. Rip the dude's throat out. Imagine. Magical abacus. Yeah, but, you know, that's not badass enough, frat bro. You know what I'm saying? Like the magic should make it more practical. You see what I'm saying? Like I like the idea of a magical abacus, but I don't know how the magic would make it practical. If anything, the magic just makes it magic. You know? Hmm. Let's see. The magic equivalent of a calculator. Players type in how much damage they've done to a monster already. After a certain number of hits, it'll tell them how much health it has total. Ooh. Ooh, that does... Is there an item that has the scan ability from Kingdom Hearts? Ooh. That would be an interesting magical item, like eyeglasses that you put on and it tells you how much health a creature has. It'd have to... It could be a little busted. Knowing HP is a strong metagame, but that's kind of an interesting... I mean, it'd be useful though. Maybe they have a certain number of uses. That would make it not busted. they had to be repaired after a certain number of uses. So you could see how much HP the dragon has, but you know, it's useful. Tells you when you need to get the fuck out of there. I like that. Yeah, yeah, repaired or recharged. So that way it's just not spammable, right? Because you make it like a long rest, people are just gonna rest before every battle, which is already something that's a problem in D&D, the resting mechanics. But yeah, I'm toying around with the idea of items that require something a little bit beyond the scope of just taking a nap in order to get their usefulness back. If they have something that's relatively busted. What would you call that though? Blind to anything else for a few turns? That's a hard fucking nerf. I don't know if that's fair at all. You can see the HP, but you're blind? Oh, man. That's just, you're brutal, man. Remind me not to play in your D&D campaign. The Glasses of God. Alright, man. I don't know about that. The Glasses of God. I like that concept though a lot. I think that's going to be an item that I introduce in the campaign. Um, and yeah, I've been doing that with my most recent world, sort of dependent recharge item that only get charged back if you perform a ritual or take them to a specific place of power. Yeah, a concept that I really like in one of the Faerun campaign books, Lost Mines of Foundelver, with the Spellforge having the ability to grant what am I trying to say? Having the ability to grant non-magical items magical properties, right? Like, so giving you a +1 sword, but only for a limited time, I think is an interesting concept. So I think it would be cool if maybe magic shop owners offered a service where they would recharge your charge-based items in a similar way if they had their own quote-unquote Spellforge. So maybe you have these, let's see, Manacles of Mystery is another good one. But yeah, you could take your Glasses of God or your Manacle of Mystery into a town with a magic shop and have them re-administer the magic to your item once it runs out of energy. Yeah, because it adds a lot more dynamic to magic items if magic isn't this, like, it is or isn't type deal. You know? Like anything could be magical, but maybe not forever. Tallest Mountain, Titan's Respite. That's a good name. That is a good name. I like that. I like that. That's going to get a highlight. That's going to get a highlight for sure. Thank you, Fret Bro. 202 and Certified Wetback and Angry Meatball for throwing out some great ideas. Y'all are killing it tonight. All right. Yeah, we're doing pretty good tonight. Uh, character names are, well, first two character names are questionable. But some of this other stuff's really good. The Lion's Coast, I like that. I like that one a lot. Well, if I have any new viewers in the chat, welcome. If it's your first time here, I appreciate you stopping by. Currently working on a bunch of different world building ideas for my next D&D campaign. And also looking for potential Twitch usernames to replace Waifu Central. When should I make that decision? Maybe I'll make March 1st the cutoff for that. Whatever, March 1st I either change the name or it's just going to be Waifu Central permanently. That'll be the goal. But yeah, if you guys like what you see, please let other people know. It helps out a lot, right? Obviously, the more people we have in here, the more conversation we get going, the more ideas we generate. And, the better. Not just for me, because once again, this is not just about my campaign. Obviously, I will be using some of these ideas, a lot of these ideas, actually, but any of this stuff, if you want Dixie Normus in your campaign, take them. You can have them. You want Dr. Penetrate? Go for it. NASA Daddy 69 never did say what Dr. Penetrate was a doctor of. The Architect. Was that character name? Where am I putting that? Oh, Twitch name or character name. Well, why not both? Yeah. The Architect is a character from a story. Who knows? Maybe I'll tell that story one day. But that's a good name. The Architect. I'm sure that's taken on Twitch. Someone must have put fucking Architect. Still like Aiden's Archive, though. Forgot to put it on here, but I am always taking music recommendations, both for the D&D campaign, primarily for the D&D campaign since it's on topic, but also just in general. I will also take food recommendations if you know any good food spots. That's got nothing to do with this, but feel free to drop those in the chat anyways. Let's see. Let's see. That is a great magic item. Manacles of Mystery. Isn't there a spell that lets you do that? A spell that lets you know like a stat of a creature? Because maybe that's the direction to take it, is that you don't, maybe it's not just limited to HP. You could do, you get to learn its strength score or its intelligence modifier or something like that. But same thing, it's got X number of charges before it's got to be restored or renewed. Also, for those who are here, what would you guys think about doing like a character building session where maybe we take some of these names that we've come up with over the last 2 streams, and on Saturday I can just work on backstories for them. Like maybe I come up with a backstory for Jason, Fist God, or Fist of the God Emperor. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do on Saturday, just to switch gears, and then it'll give me some... Let me focus in on building out a couple of these things. We can come up with a story for Dixie Normus. Who is she? Who is Dixie? We'll find out on Saturday. That's what we're going to do. We'll find out exactly who Dixie Normus is. What did Dr. Penetrate get a degree in? These are answers we need. Let's see. Put this back up. Get some stuff out. I have run a semi-useful magic item before called the Wanderer's Die. It's a D8 that has various symbols on it. Rolling it functions like an augury spell. Has more descriptors, but you don't ask it a question. It just tells you about the location you roll it in. Oh, okay. That's kind of interesting. I'm gonna put that one in my notebook. So I can keep better track of it. So basically, like you could walk up to a cave and then roll a. You'd effectively roll a d8 to get some insight into it. I'll put it on the list. Interesting. I like that. Story I've been reading takes a lot of inspiration from Hindu Buddhist stories. Some pretty badass names, very descriptive. Alright. Throw them out there, frat bro. Let's hear them. I'm all for it. A symbol for good fortune, one for friend, one for monster, that kind of thing. Okay, makes sense. So it's just got basically the different types of wards or symbols letting you know if you're about to get fucked in either a good or a bad way. What's the story called, frat bro? What story you been reading? Defiance Before the Fall. Is it Defiance Before the Fall or Defiance of the Fall? Because I'm not seeing Before the Fall. Because Defiance of the Fall's got some interesting artwork. Yeah, it's probably Defiance of the Fall. It's an interesting cover art. A lot going on there. Yeah, I mean, looking to languages is always a great source of inspiration when it comes to naming things. I use a lot of Italian and Latin already. A little Tagalog. Let's see. Hey, no worries, Angry Meatball. I'm just happy you stopped by. You have a great night. I appreciate it. Hopefully, I'll see you Saturday. Be planning on making some, like we talked about, making some characters. So we'll try to mix things up a little bit. But thanks again for stopping by. Have a good night. Hmm. There's so much to do. We got all this world to fill in. Let's see. Looks like an axe on the fist of the lion's coast. Oh, you mean right here? Yeah, it does kind of look like an axe head. And then it could definitely form into an axe if it were all connected. Especially considering some of these other islands could have theoretically drifted further. Let me make a note of that. That'd be a fucking big ass giant. Yeah, you gotta keep in mind that, scaling is everything, right? Like, obviously, this image is rather small, but, like, this is a giant body of land. If if a giant is picking this up and swinging it around, yeah, that's true. It could be a piece of lore. It could be something that people say. You're right. I would. Yeah, I mean it's D&D. You're absolutely right. Who knows? Who knows? We'll put that. We'll just say the giant's axe for now. That'll help me come up with a story for it. Lore is a big thing for me, so I like that. Currency name thick coins. True, a Titan's axe. There you go. But can we talk about thick coins for a second? You really just put thick with two C's in my chat? And then here I am, gonna have to fucking put it on the dock. Tried to auto-correct me. There's no need for autocorrect. Let's add this to the dictionary. That's how you spell thick. We all know that this is the correct way to spell thick. And if you didn't know it, it's because you're not thick. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, frat bro. I don't know if that's gonna make it as the predominant currency in the world. You know, this should be real life currency. You know what? I mean, there will be brothels and other such establishments within the world, obviously. So maybe there's a. I am toying around with the idea of doing like more corporate-esque type businesses in a D&D campaign. I think it's interesting, like having already got ideas for like a Walmart style uh, adventurer store, right? That's kind of like all over the place, you know, more corporate owned. So if there was like a strip club slash brothel place that had a bunch of different locations, maybe they would use their own currency, right? Like you come in and you have to pay and receive the coin, so you know you can't run off with it because the coin is useless outside of the brothel. You've already paid it up. Those could be called thick coins. That's an idea. That's an idea. That wouldn't make it into my book if I do end up making this into a book, but it would be a great little nugget. Value measured by how thick the minter was. Only the baddest get to use gold. Frat bro, you're not wrong. I just want to point that out. You're not wrong. Only the baddest get to use gold. Only the baddest. What would you name a brothel that has its own currency? What would the name of that place be? The place that takes thick coins as its form of currency. The moist oyster. Thick hut. The bank of babes. I mean, shit, we may as well. No one outthicks the hut. These are some great brothel names. Who knew I would get such a quick response on brothel names? Took me all of 13 seconds to get 3 fucking brothel names. No one outfixed that. Oh my fucking god. These are all pretty terrible names, but they're great for brothels. Let's save that real quick. Brothels are always interesting in D&D because they should, I guess, exist. Like, in the setting, it makes sense. But it's always just weird. A weird thing to roleplay. Use your idea of a seasonal strip club. Remind me of your idea of a seasonal strip club. Fucking North Pole. Yeah, dressed up based on the season. Not dress up too much, I hope, you know, otherwise it defeats the point. You gotta give the people what they want. Okay. They can pay in thick coin if they want less clothing involved. I think that would be an interesting concept, you know? Like I know arcades do this shit too. Some of them. Talon Xavier. I'm not sure what I just got into. Hey, welcome to my life, man. What you just got yourself into is probably the greatest D&D stream of all time 6 months from now. I am a dungeon master working on my next campaign, and I have a lot of writing to do before I start that campaign, so I figured why not force myself to do it on Twitch and you know, be able to bounce ideas and share ideas with people and kind of get reception as I go, so that way it helps me stay focused and generate ideas. As far as what you specifically got yourself into, the concept of brothels came up, and I got a few brothel suggestions very quickly, so I think you joined right about there. But if you see all of these different topics, and if I have any other new viewers in the chat, thanks for joining. These are a bunch of different things that we're trying to add some, just throw some ideas in the pot. oh, oh man, that's a soundbite. I came here from the Reddit post, but the first thing I hear is something about less clothes and giving the people what they want. Well, first off, thank you for coming here from the Reddit post. That's amazing to hear that someone actually saw that and clicked the link. But yeah, it's just bad timing, man. You know, it happens. We were just talking about brothels, you know. Just locker room talk. I want to make a bar flower shop hybrid called the Thorny Bastard. Okay. That's an interesting idea. Why, I mean, that's actually a pretty good name. It's a pretty good name. It's going on the dock. Everything in the chat goes on the dock. And feel free to take from the doc as well if you see ideas that you like. Maybe you want to have your own bank of babes. I know I do. I don't think I've been bullied. bulleting these. It's a very interesting concept. So would it just be flowers, or would it be like more of an apothecary type thing, or what kind of bar owner runs a bar and a flower shop within the same establishment? Oh, top quality brothel with a bank as a front. So is it illegal to have a brothel in this town? Is that the idea of Frat Bro 202? Is that what we're going for? Is this like really undercover? Oh, people with accounts get discounts. Oh man. If you got the credit card, you get discounts on your fucking thick coins. Hey, that is a good idea. That is a good idea. And that's what I'm talking about. That's what this stream is all about. Great ideas like that one. You're on fire tonight, Frat Bro 202. Like, hey, your girl's gonna be mad about you staying out too late. Bring her home some roses. Oh, okay. I see what you're going for. So it's like a place where, the guys go after work, get a little too fucked up. But then they bring home flowers, so their wives don't leave them. I dig it. I mean, it would probably be very effective too, because you consider the fact that these dudes are probably fucking blackout drunk by the time they're heading home. Especially if it's in the right town setting. Then, the bar owner's making bank off those flowers. Assuming the drunk has any money left. Anyways. But yeah, Talon Xavier, that's what's going on here. Give you the general rundown. It's our second stream, and so far both have been pretty successful. I'm very happy with them. And once again, the goal is to kind of incrementally improve the stream and build out more ideas and get more people involved. And then eventually, whenever I do launch the actual campaign, I'm working on the process right now of being able to kind of fully stream that. So ideally this would be something that people who kind of get in early get to watch grow, and then, actually see the fruits of all of our labor. So if that's something that you are interested in, or you like having conversations around Dungeons and Dragons, or just really anything in general, feel free to give us a follow. Greatly appreciate it. We're on the road to 50. We're already at 12, so we're doing quite all right. The goal is to be at 50 by March. And, from there, sky's the limit. Are people going to watch us say dumb shit and sing? Probably. I mean, NASA Daddy 69, you say dumb shit all the time. Hey, Talon Xavier. That's my guy right there. That's my guy. This guy came from fucking Reddit. This is the coolest thing I've heard all day. You came from Reddit to check me out. That's sick. But yeah, I mean, you be saying dumb shit all the time, NASA Daddy, so I don't think if there's a camera that's gonna change. I sure know that there are a couple people in the group who will sing whether a camera's on them or not. What's going to be interesting is my reaction, trying to get you guys to shut the fuck up so I can actually run the game. I don't want to get banned though. Fair enough. Talon Xavier, my D&D groups all fell apart over a year ago. I'm sorry to hear that. Um, I'm fortunate enough to have a really, really solid group of players. Some of them are in here right now. Our campaign fell apart last year, just kind of due to some of the changes in COVID with our workplace and things like that. It became really hard to run the sessions. So we ended up wrapping up our first campaign earlier than we would have liked, but I think it all works out because now here we are, 6 months later, able to start working on the next one. And this one should be a lot more successful because now I have a job that isn't going to require me to work shit hours. Yeah, we definitely don't want to get banned though, NASA Daddy. Like, definitely don't want to get banned. Copyright strikes are a thing, and if this does turn into anything big, by that time we definitely will have to think about what we sing on stream. That's sad. If a Redditor is the coolest thing to happen, to be honest, just because I can't sing doesn't mean I won't. I don't think it's sad. This is a new stream, you know? I just think the concept's cool, you know? Like, a lot of these people in the chat are either people I know or people of people I know. So I just think it's cool that you found your way here from a Reddit post. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And you sing your heart out. Don't let anyone stop you. Even if your voice is terrible. Now, with that being said, I'm not going to sing. Because I might be accused of killing somebody. I was thinking more about watching our language. We would just have to. I mean, we would. I don't think that would be a problem. Our language isn't so bad that we would get flagged. We would just have to put disclaimers up. Yeah, that's all we would have to do. You guys don't say anything so bad that we would get banned for it. I don't think. Only one way to find out, I guess. I'm a bard that gets paid to stop singing. That's a character idea. That's going on the Saturday list. That is a character backstory right there. So you're already doing great things, Talon Xavier. You will officially be one of the characters that I build on Saturday. And you know what? And what better character name than Xavier Talon? Yeah, we're gonna build a whole ass character named Xavier Talon on Saturday on stream. So tune in for that if you'd find that interesting. But yeah, we're gonna find out exactly. Put him in the one shot. Yeah, maybe I will. Once he's fleshed out. You gotta have negative charisma at that point. No, I mean, he wouldn't have to have negative charisma. He'd just have to have negative performance. Like, maybe he's very charismatic when he talks, but his performance is just somehow fucking god-awful. I don't know. Imagine being a bard with a negative in charisma. Just fucking playing the game at its best at that point. Nice. I had an NPC character named Paige who was a changeling that kept interacting with the party. This character was actually named Page Holder, who was literally a placeholder character. that's clever. Page Holder. Wow. That is very clever. So have you what's your exposure to D&D, Talon? I guess I should change that to A to make that canonical. This guy D&D's. Make the negative charisma bard a barbarian. Hey, Unknow 6490. I like that. Welcome to the stream. Feel free to post any ideas if you have them in the chat. Go ahead and do a quick little. Let me zoom this shit out. If you guys have any ideas for this, oh wow, we're doing pretty solid on viewers. Hey, welcome to the chat. Unknown 6490 and Bardic Dan, thanks for stopping in. What we're working on right now is we are, hey Catboy Tad, thanks for following. We're working on all of these different world building ideas here in the Word doc that I've got here on the screen. Feel free to take any of the ideas that we post here and use them for your own D&D campaigns or character ideas. So today we're going to do world building, and then on Saturday I'm going to take some of these character ideas and actually flesh out some characters on stream out of them. But basically I'm working towards my next big D&D campaign here in the next few months and just trying to get some good writing done, and I figure what better way to do it than to collaborate with you guys out there. So thanks for stopping in. Thanks for the follows, guys. I really appreciate it. I'm specifically working on the mundane obsolete items, trying to find items that are boring and kind of make them more interesting. Best one I've come up with today with the chat's help is that it's more of a magical item it ended up being, but a pair of eyeglasses that allow you to see either the HP or another relevant stat of a monster, but it only has so many charges before needing to be repaired or recharged. But yeah, before I read the rest of these comments, go ahead and finish my question real quick. Talon, obviously you D&D, as NASA Daddy said. What's your experience? Have you played primarily 5e, or what editions have you played? And I'd love to hear from the rest of the chat too, if you have any hands-on experience with Dungeons and Dragons. How long have you played? What's your experience with it? Have you played any editions besides 5e? Myself, I've only played 5e. And Bardic Dan said brothels between the sheets, the wet nurse, the red pocket, mother's milk, the other hand. Okay, you put quite a few in here. Give me a moment. I'm gonna copy these in so I can sort them out. You came straight in with the brothel ideas. I kind of like that. Alright, I'm going to organize these here in a second once I catch up on these comments. I've only played 5e in the later days before the group dissolved. There was so much homebrew stuff, it wasn't recognizable as D&D anymore because it was my first time as DM and couldn't say no. A depleted ring of 3 wishes that just let out a faint glow whenever someone says the word wish. Oh, that would be... Dang. That would be an interesting idea. And Catboy said, oof, I only allowed PHP stuff the first time I was DM. Messed up the spacing there. My bad. No big deal. I think I got it sorted out. I'm gonna clean it up here in a second. But if if somehow I mess it up, just correct me so I can get the names right on the doc. Um, yeah, Talon. I feel you, man. It. You know, my first D&D experience. My first D&D experience was 6 years ago. Hold on, let me just. Mother's Milk's a good one. Um, yeah, my first D&D experience was 6 years ago. I actually didn't know anything about it back then, and a group of friends basically said, "Hey, man, we want to try this game out. Will you run it?" And I said, "Sure. You know, why the fuck not?" And so I read not enough, and I prepared not enough, prepared the wrong things for sure. And actually, the basis of this campaign that we're writing now is the kind of evolved version of what that original campaign I ran was. And man, it was a train wreck. Oh, we probably got a good 7, 8 sessions in, if that. Um, but the thing that I found is that the players still had fun, even though I know that it was terrible. Like, it was god awful. They still had a good time, and that's the most important thing about D&D is, you got to just know yourself and know your players, um, because that's what's going to help you. That's what's going to help you in the long run, help you keep going even through the mistakes, because you'll make mistakes. Yes, I want all kinds of ideas. Bardic Dan, you're a goat. I'm gonna put them under bar names. But yes, yeah. Even if you don't see a topic on this doc, send it anyways, because I can just add it to the doc, right? Like, there's plenty of stuff that I need to think of that I haven't thought of. So say it, whatever comes to mind. Are we at 15 followers? Holy shit. Hey, thanks, guys. I appreciate y'all. I have no players to know anymore. Well, I still talk to one guy, but our schedules don't align anymore because I got a new job. Hey, well, I hope the new job's working out. Congratulations. I hope it's a good thing that you got the new job. And it's okay, man. That's unfortunately part of the process with D&D. So I definitely hope you find a group that works for you. And in the meantime, I hope that myself and my group can help provide some entertainment. One of the things that I really like long term want to do with this whole thing is I want, well, two things besides obviously running the campaign itself, is I would really love for this to become a campaign setting. So something that, like, you guys could take and theoretically just use all the resources and run your own sessions in it. And I also would love to run one shots for community members. That's something I would love to do, to be able to run one shots within the setting, and then those things could maybe be online. I definitely prefer in person, but I am open to running games online as well. But that's going to be kind of a ways off. Let's see. I have no players to know anymore. Or excuse me, I already read that one. Sorry. Fizzling out sucks. It's a trial and error for groups. Hopefully you find yours soon. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Certified Wetback. It really is. I have a lot more failed campaigns than I have successful ones under my belt. So just keep that in mind. But that one successful campaign has, oof, I could talk forever about it. Tyrant's Chalice bay named by dictatorship used to buy people in the Republic? Frab, Frabro, rephrase that? I'm not understanding what you're trying to say with that. Tyrant's Chalice is a cool name. If you want an inn, you could use the Barge Right Inn. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Where are my bars? Barge Right Inn is a great name. And then to answer your question, do I have a community Discord? Yes and no. For the actual Twitch stream, I haven't done a whole lot on the back end yet, just because I'm not even sure that I'm gonna stick with this username, and I don't want to set up too much until I have a bit more foundation. I do actually have a podcast that is D&D related. The goal there is to kind of build a community and get that going. Before D&D, could you please link the Discord for anyone who wants to join that? I wasn't planning on plugging it in the Twitch until we had actually launched the first episode, but because you asked, definitely put it in there. And if you are interested in joining, please feel free to do so. We'll probably have the first podcast episode up on next Tuesday, and it's really just going to be an introduction to the concept. And yeah, like I said, really what I'm going for long term is me and my co-host want to kind of build a community. D&D is already kind of a large community, but it's very scattered, if that makes any sense. Like, you have the subreddits and you have the occasional Discord. Obviously, channels like Critical Role are super popular. But I want to make a place where there's more discussion, and where specifically on the podcast, we want to have people on just to talk about their experience with D&D, you know, what they love, don't love about it, how they got into it, their successes, their failures. So the first episode is really just kind of an introduction to us and what we want to do. So hopefully I'll have that link in the chat here in a bit. And that should be the Discord link there from Certified Webback. The King's Chamber Pot. Under the Stairs, The Bubbling Stock, A Good Night's Rest, The Dripping Owl, Journey's End, The Wolf in the Wood, The Melted Candle. Those are a good few. The King's Chamber Pot. I like that. Bardic Dan, you are killing it tonight, sir. You are absolutely crushing it. I like a good night's rest. That's a good pun. Good night's rest is going to get a highlight just because I like that pun. Well, do it with us, Bardic Dan. You don't have to do it in solidarity. I will ideally be streaming every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday going forward. That might change, just depending on if it's actually manageable. But that's the plan for now. Mondays and Wednesdays I plan to do world building sessions. And then Saturdays I'm thinking I'm going to do deep dives. So the first one is going to be a character deep dive, where I take some of the names that we came up with on, Monday and then today, and actually flesh out these characters. The first one we're going to do for sure is going to be Xavier Talon, who is a bard that actually gets paid to stop singing. So, and once again, I cannot stress this enough. This is an open market of ideas. Please feel free to use anything that you see here, whether it's in the chat or on the doc, for yourself, right? I'm not trying to hoard the ideas for myself. This is for everybody's use. So if you're trying to world build for yourself, let's do it together. I help you, you help me. I'm intimidated by huge communities. I prefer smaller settings where you feel like an actual member of the community and not just a member among the masses. Yeah, that's fair. I think that there is an opportunity to kind of have that, to have a bit of both, right? Which is why we're trying to do multiple things. I don't really think that a Twitch stream where we're world building and sharing ideas is going to take off to the point of being like a critical role level success as far as a Twitch stream, but the D&D campaign itself might. Maybe. It's a big goal. It might. Who knows, right? But the point would be that's why we're trying to take this approach of having several avenues of content. Because I agree with you, like a smaller community where I can actually communicate with you guys is the whole thing that I want. I would love for more people to see it because then that helps get the right community members in here. But ultimately, I want to be able to have these conversations with you because it's been awesome. Like the first hour was a little slow. I'm going to be totally honest. This last 50 minutes has been just kind of nonstop conversation, which is exactly what this is supposed to be, is just us talking to each other about the game and bouncing ideas and me plugging them in between. And yeah, I'm loving this. So I totally agree. I think smaller communities, especially for this part, will be where it's at. But I hope you'll see it through to whatever it becomes, Talon. I've really appreciated your comments and your feedback so far. Still in the process of creating it, basically just the bones. We're just now trying to start the community, so you're basically here for the origin story. Yeah, that's exactly right. We are very much in the process of setting everything up. This is super new venture. As I talked about a little bit earlier, we are actually in the process of building a whole set. So that way when I'm streaming, I'm not just in my room and I can have all the, all my D&D paraphernalia, or, whatever the correct term is, there for people to see and have all my tools out and that sort of thing. It's going to look pretty badass for new podcasters / streamers. It's going to be a pretty sick setup. And then Catboy said, and for a bar, Rhythm and Brews, owned by a bar. I like that. I like that. I did not say anything to you, Alexa. Damn, this is good because I need a lot of taverns, right? Like, this is very good. I think if I'm gonna make one little correction to this, I think Rhythm and Brew as opposed to Brews. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that sounds better. Like Rhythm and Brew, like it's like it goes together. But yes, I do agree that it needs to be owned by a bard. Ooh. I can't type. Maybe the bard that owns Rhythm and Brew is Xavier Talon. Wouldn't that be a plot twist? He owns a bar, and the bar's got like great ale. So people go. But the dude will not stop singing. I don't know. I'm just spitting out ideas. I think it'd be an interesting concept though, where the tavern owner is like so obnoxious in his habit that people actually pay him to stop. Yeah, I mean, that's a great point, Talon. If Xavier is such a bad singer, he gets paid to stop singing. I don't know how well his business will go unless he uses it goad better acts to the stage for free so he doesn't have to pay them. Um, yeah, I mean there are a couple of different ways you could go about that. Either A, like the kind of plain answer is just that business is not going well, right? Like this could be in like kind of a bumfuck town where the adventurers or the party comes for the first time, and maybe no one goes to this bar, so it's not a great establishment. Only a handful of people go into it, and yeah, that'd be one way to do it. Otherwise, it could be a thing like maybe he is just so wealthy, from like a family inheritance or something else. Maybe he was an adventurer, right? He's a bard after all. Could be a bunch of different angles as to why he has the money, but maybe he can just afford for the tavern to not be great, or even better, he uses that money to like basically make every other aspect of the tavern amazing, right? Like maybe it's like once again got the best ale, has the best entertainers and performers and all of these other things, but every time he gets into the mood and he just goes at it and starts singing, that's when it kind of just goes downhill. Interestingly, that's actually the name of a real bar, and the brew's name is because it's a pun on rhythm and blues. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Thank you for clarifying that for me, Catboy. I appreciate that. Here is a favorite from my world, the Brazen Bulls Brewery. They're a group of Minotaur brothers who brew different types of ale. They have a local contest each year to see which brother's ale gets exported. Current winning is Sturma and his honeyed wheat ale. Interesting. I like that. Gotta go, boss. Hey, Frat Bro 202. Thanks for sticking around so long. I appreciate it. You have yourself a great night. See you hopefully on Saturday. Let me add that to the bar list. The Brazen Bull. I feel like that would be a very very contentious situation. Like imagine that you work on your fucking ale all year and it doesn't get exported because you lost a contest to your fucking two brothers. I'm here, baby. Hey, welcome back, Moon Spiders. You just missed Frat Bro 202. You're good, man. You're good. There's no such thing as late. Whenever you can be here, that's good enough for me. I do like the idea of 3 Minotaur brothers, though. Like being in competition with each other. That's very good. Alright, just to give a quick recap for anyone who is new to the chat. These are some of the ideas we are working on for today. I've got great character names coming out, such as Dixie Normus. Currency names such as Thickcoin. And brothel names such as the Bank of Babes. Yeah, so a lot of good stuff. I really do like a good night's rest, though. That's a good one. Yeah, a lot of good ideas coming out. So if you see any of these topics and you would like to add to them, please feel free to type them in the chat. Also, feel free to take any of these ideas if you like them and incorporate them into your own D&D or other role-playing game campaigns. Yeah, it's free market here, so sharing is caring. Feel free to share. Also, once again, if you're new to the stream, thank you for tuning in. We really do appreciate it. We're trying to get to our current goal of 50 subscribers. We're at 15. We already got 5 subscribers today, guys. That's pretty crazy. I would not have guessed we would have got 5 subscribers in this stream. I set the goal to get to 50 by March 1st, so if we keep this traction, we're going to be killing it. So yeah, let's just keep them coming, and yeah, I'm loving the stream so far. Did I say subscribers? I meant followers. Obviously, I can't get subscribers yet because I am not an affiliate. But yes, I did mean followers. Let's see. I might play Dixie Normus in a one-shot. Go for it, man. Go for it. That sounds like a name you would use in a one-shot. Where the fuck are all of my suggestions? Your suggestions are in the other doc. They're in the doc from Monday, in order to keep things kind of streamlined and clean. For now, I'm going to create a new doc for each individual Twitch chat, or each individual Twitch stream. Hey, Junior's account. Good to see you, man. Thanks for joining the chat. And then I got a bunch of I'm not really sure what these emotes are supposed to mean, moon spiders. But we have established that you have a -2 in intelligence, so I'm sure it means something to you. It's a lot of salt. You salty? You can put more ideas. Your ideas didn't go anywhere. They're saved. I ain't no Pajit. Okay, what does that even mean? I don't know what that has to do with anything. But yeah. Who is Aiden? Aiden is one of my reoccurring characters that I've used in multiple D&D sessions or campaigns. It's a very good story, actually. Very good story. I'll leave it at that. It's a long story. But the simplest way I can put it is Aiden is a character who, whenever he dies, due to certain circumstances, is reborn without his memories, for the most part. Really, the reason why I did that is so that way I could play the character in multiple fashions, right? Different roles or classes or even races. In a campaign I was in a while back, there was a general called Of All Trades, owned by a man named Jack. All my suggestions will be there was a general store. Okay, I just read general. I was like, wait a minute, what is general store called Of All Trades, owned by a named Jack. Hey, I love puns, so do not hesitate to add puns. Puns will go far here. You could just call it All Trades, and then he introduces himself as Jack of All Trades. Either way, that's solid. The Den of Wonders. What's Den of Wonders supposed to be? What category should I put it under? Store name? Okay. Cool. But yeah, the plan for Saturday, like a spider's den. Uh, okay, moon spiders. I like it. Plan for Saturday, instead of doing this format for world building, we'll do some character building. Go a little bit more in depth. So, if you would be interested in that, please let me know in the comments. Lunar goods. I sense a theme here. Sell moon rocks. Do the moon rocks have any sort of magical property to them, or are they just like, are they just popular with people who like astrology? Is moon rocks really a drug? I'm looking this up. What the fuck? Well, that is what it is. The more you know, I guess. Learning something new every day. Learning something new every single day. Makes no sense. I agree with you. I don't know that I would have ever called Mary Jane a moon rock. Wait, really? How the fuck did you manage that? Did you post the links without like communicating in the chat? You can't do that, bro. What did you do, man? Oh my god. Bro, they just block the post. You can't do that shit. I mean, it doesn't matter. Bro, moon spiders, you know you can't be saying that shit. I got the mod turned down all the way to the lowest settings. If you're getting flagged at this point, what are you doing, bro? Okay, sure you didn't. Yeah, man. Some of their Reddits, fairly so, are very particular about you got to actually use the Reddit before you post links. It's just courtesy, bro. Like, so I mean, he shouldn't bitch you out about it, but that's just common courtesy. Like, they don't want people spamming links in Reddits that they're not contributing to. I posted mine in DM Academy, and well, I mean, I guess I don't know if it was banned or not. I haven't checked. I should probably check, but I mean, people joined from the post. So I assume it didn't get blocked. Oh, okay, I guess he did block it. He said I barely meet the participation requirements. That's interesting. You'd think if you barely meet, the keyword is meet, but whatever. Yeah, I guess we're just gonna have to get more involved with the Reddit communities before we can expect to have these links stay up reliably. It is what it is. But yeah, that's an interesting dude. Maybe takes it a little too seriously. Let's see. Um, Shop, sure. Weary boots, the crystals of Dinian, the cracked mirror, a curious pile, a cut of cloth, the teal tome, the wagon chain, the scriptorium, the floral, and hardy. Hell yeah. Hey, you know what? You guys are doing really good tonight. Like for this being the second stream, you guys are doing we're making shit happen. Let me fix this up real quick. Like, this is a whole ass. We got 265 words on this doc already. Now, 15% of those words have to do with brothels, but what's wrong with that? Yeah, I used to use my main account, but this is the new account. I use the teal tome sounds whimsical. Yeah, it does. It sounds like it could be like a magic store. Sounds like a cunt. I don't know if I call him a cunt, but I mean, he's not very nice about the way that he's removing my posts. I don't know that I would have. It sounds a little illogical, honestly. If you're gonna say that I met the requirement, but you remove my post anyways, I'm not gonna argue about it, but whatever. Hey, if there's anything I know is we're gonna succeed with this chat. We're gonna succeed regardless. The cracked mirror sounds dope. Shows you your destiny in a twisted way. Ooh, that would be a fucking great magic item. Ooh. Sorry, I need to write that down. Damn, what about the mirror of the mirror of shattered destiny? That's a magic item name right there. Let me put that on the list. Give me just a moment, guys, and I will get back to the text. That's a magic item name right there. The Mirror of Shattered Destiny. Anyways, let's see. Where was I? Yeah, the Moist Oyster. Yeah, that was a good one. Who put that one? Was that you? NASA Daddy? It was either you or um, Frat Bro. You like all three of you put them at the same time. You, Certified Woodback, and Frat Bro all sent fucking brothel ideas within 13 seconds of me saying, "Hey, let's put some brothel names." 13 seconds later, I had three of them. It is a great name. You were describing cunt behavior. That dude gets no bitches. Hey, I am not going to speak on whether or not he gets any bitches, but he probably doesn't. The cracked mirror in my world is run by a doppelganger. There is a magic mirror in the shop that shows you as you truly are. Legend says that the mirror broke when an heir of the throne looked into it and saw his recently deceased father, the king. Turns out his father is now a vampire and not truly dead. The heir was slain later by his father. Oh, this is a fucking dark backstory, man. That's cool though. I like that. Going a little dark with this sometimes is the way to go. NASA Daddy 69 said, of course, the moist oyster was his idea. NASA Daddy 69 also brings us great names such as Dr. Penetrate. Still haven't figured out what kind of doctor he is, but it's a great name nonetheless. And yeah, this shit is dark. It's very good. Very good writing, though. Don't forget about the Ocean's Secret. That's probably my best name so far. Yeah, that was a really good name. I'm not going to lie. You came up with that mid-session. That was really solid. Was that, that's probably the name that you guys will end up going with for the next time we do a Bigo Tegra session. You can't have light without casting darkness, a religious proverb in my world. Sometimes you gotta get dark. I completely agree, man. I definitely had some dark moments and scenes in my last campaign, and there will be heavier, darker moments in the next one, too. You gotta do it. Sometimes you just gotta drop the bomb on people. You know? Not literally, but once you go dark, here it is. Where's the two-parter? I'm waiting for the second part of this one. Dang. I'll leave it up to your imagination. Okay, what a fucking tease. Wow. Hey, well, we have... Yeah, what a cliffhanger, exactly. We have quite a few people in the chat. We're at about double what we were sitting at just on Monday, just for people sitting here steadily. So I appreciate you guys. If you're here right now, then thank you so much. If you're enjoying what you're seeing so far and you haven't already, please give us a follow. That way you can see when I go live next. I plan to do this all the way up until I actually launch the campaign, and then by then I'll probably figure out ways to keep engaging you guys through your feedback and suggestions, and it's a collaborative effort. Moonspire says he's definitely enjoying what I'm seeing. I'm glad to hear that. I'm a little surprised, honestly. This is turning out way better than I expected. This is just an idea that came to me, and I'm happy that I followed through on this so far. So thank you again. Yeah, appreciate you guys, every single one of you. Yeah, I can't wait to see what this turns into. Let's see. I think I do. No. Dr. Pen A trait. Okay. So far we got two characters on the list that I plan to do the deep dive for on Saturday. So if you guys think of any other interesting character concepts, feel free to throw those out too. So that way I can try to build a backstory for him on Saturday. Fucking pen a trait. What do you think that dude's father's name would be? Is he a junior? Just pass the name down. You wish you had people to play D&D with and just don't know anyone. Hey man. Well, do you want to DM or do you want to play? That was the first question. Bardic Dan. What are you doing over there? You got all these ideas just ready to go? The drop of the hat. I love it. Of course I'm going to copy paste it. Elven necromancer who focused their studies on reanimating animals. Okay, that's interesting. And would you, Bardic Dan, since this is your idea, I'm going to ask you, would you see this as... What kind of character should this be? Is this a potential villain? Is this an anti-hero, just a random NPC? What do you think, Svetala. I'm probably saying that wrong. Either way. Yeah, I love it. I can tell you got endless ideas. Because you're quick with them, too. So... But yeah, think about that. You don't have to have an answer now because we're going to do the actual character builds on Saturday. I'm going to try to get through as many of them as I can. But focuses on reanimating animals. But that would be my first question is reanimating the animals is great, but what are they doing after? Is it just because like they hate the idea of animals dying from like maybe unnatural causes or something? Or is it could just be for study? I don't know. There's a lot of ways you could go with that. I could see it being like a druid who saw so many animals die in nature that it got fed up with using the natural way to defend its home and just decided to resort to necromancy. I'd wager some sort of senior wizard type in a school, perhaps, sort of like a Snape, like NPC. Everyone thinks she's a villain, but really it's just the subject matter they study. Okay, fair enough. That's a way you could go with it too. Yeah. Villain idea: Dragonborn seeking to become an actual dragon and won't let anything stop him. This is good. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking for is these one-liners, 1-2-liners, to just give like a very thin veil. So that way we can take it on Saturday and we just pick one and maybe just throw it on a random wheel depending on how many ideas we have. And we'll see how many we can get through on Saturday. I think that'd be interesting to do. I'm excited. We got first time chatter. Nova Lactose. That's a cool name. Nova Lactose. Okay. I have a royal archmage character idea for my setting. He is the head evocation wizard in the largest country on my continent. He is responsible for single-handedly putting down rebellions. He is essentially capable of nuking small towns and cities. I mean, he sounds like a badass. What's you know? So you said you use this in your current campaign? What's his and you said he's royalty. So when you say royal archmage, is he an archmage that is royalty, or is he the archmage serving the royalty? I assume the latter, but I'd love clarification. Also, thanks for the post. Thanks for joining the chat. But yeah, let me know. I have not seen the Castlevania anime, NASA Daddy. If you could give me a brief description of what you mean. I should have watched Castlevania by now, to be honest. I've heard it was really good. Rylan Nylan, a minor noble scion who thinks they are more important than they really are. Yeah, I love that. I love that. You gotta have NPCs who think too highly of themselves, you know? But somehow just keep sticking around. Like, sometimes you wonder why the party hasn't already killed them. I'm just gonna say who's got a big head. Because maybe he comes from an important family. Maybe he doesn't. A man who wants to save the world by ruling it. Okay. So Aaron Yeager? He is on the royal court of archmages that serves the dynasty head. Okay, that makes sense. Francesca Silafren, a guard captain who only speaks in a loud booming voice even when... That's a good flaw. Like, she doesn't know how to fucking use an inside voice at all. That's really good. Flaws are so underrated in character creation. So many people try to make, like, these perfect, like, OP characters. And flaws don't even have to be big. That's such a minor flaw. But, like, obviously has a lot of role-playing aspects to it. Like, imagine trying to make a stealth check and whispering. And you just fucking hear Francesca just screaming. Nova Lactose says he's the big bad evil guy in my upcoming campaign. I'm going to be honest, man. I figured he was the big bad evil guy because he sounds too fucking OP to be anything but the big bad evil guy or the hero from another story, which is just like a concept of you know, like not the main character, but this guy could be the main character. Hero idea: a boy who wants to prove himself in the world. The twist: he holds a destructive power in him that he must learn to control in order to protect those around him. He is true to his word and never gives up. Bro, did you just fucking describe Naruto? Exactly, just has a voice that projects far and wide at all times. Gay. Could name him after Japanese food, maybe Naruto. Okay, so I was right. I was right. Fucking... What the fuck? You're just gonna start dropping anime character descriptions in here? A devout priest who is actually hated by... Holy shit! Oh my god, that is gold. That that and Francesca are definitely the best ones on this list so far. If I'm being perfectly honest. that is that is so good. Oh my god. A devout priest who is actually hated by the god he serves. Holy shit. Hey, I don't even know what to say. But you're gonna get a corgi for that one because I don't know what else to give you. That is that is probably the damn near funniest character concept I've ever fucking heard. Uh, Dash Danger Danigan. That reminds me of Blaze Deadwood Dillinger. Completely unrelated, but um, a halfling explorer who is missing one eye, one leg, and one arm. He tells a different story anytime he's asked how. I'm assuming you meant to say how, but how he lost a part. Okay, I like that. Now, does he tell a different story because he doesn't remember? Maybe. Maybe he lost a brain cell. Oh, yeah, that is kind of like the Joker, but in a less, like, evil. His god could be trying to kill him constantly by sending him on impossible quests, but a rival god protects him. Huh. That'd be interesting. Like, imagine that he's not just like a priest, though, but he's like literally like a cleric class, and none of his spells work. Like, you could go so far with that. That's a really good character concept. Hmm. I like that. Yeah, the priest idea is so fucking good. Francesca is really good too, because you could take that flaw and you could really apply it to any character. Like a guard captain's great, just because it's funny. Because the guard captain's gonna be in like diplomatic situations if she's a captain. So then the question is, how the fuck did she even become captain? If she couldn't just shut up. Well, maybe she can shut up. She just can't talk quietly. She could be hard of hearing. That's true. Maybe people are understanding because she's hard of hearing. A little deaf. These are good ideas. Hey, deaf bitches are hot. All right. That's a that's a that's a this is a sentence. I would make him a sorcerer, but he firmly believes his magic comes from the god. Okay, that's a good solve. Yeah, the magic actually comes from him, but he's so devout that he refuses to believe that it's from him. He believes that it's truly his deity. I'm gonna put that down. I cannot type. This is what we have spell check for. That's a really good idea. Yeah, this guy's gonna end up being an NPC in the campaign for sure, in some way, shape, or form. So is Francesca. Those are gonna be characters. Maybe she was cursed when the priest tried to heal her. Oh no. There's already interplay between the two characters. Hit you with that retard voice. Carmel, a dwarven cook who is never without their pot and stew ladle. They're always just standing and stirring. But what about sleep? They gotta sleep. Cook characters are underrated, though. Cook characters are some of the most endearing characters in any fantasy setting because the best conversations are had around the dinner table. Nova Lactose, a boy who was once twins, but one twin was blessed by a celestial and the other cursed by a demon. One is righteous and friendly, the other is brooding, edgelord archetype. They inhabit the same body, and each morning you roll to see which soul has control of the body. That's an interesting concept. How did they become in the same body, though? In the womb? Oh, wow. Hey, I don't know what those parents were doing that they got fucking blessed and cursed. But they're fucking up. Clearly they stir in their sleep. Imagine. I mean, what the fuck are you stirring in that pot while you're sleeping? It better be good. In the a middle-aged divorced adventurer who is a god-tier warrior. Only reason she fights is because her therapist told her she needs a new hobby. Well, it wouldn't really be a new hobby. She was already a god-tier adventurer. But I see what you're going for. So she only fights for the stress relief. Atsuko, not a real person, in fact a trope of changeling or doppelgangers who share the personality. Interesting. So you're saying like multiple changelings go around adopting the personality of this quote unquote person, Atsuko? I could see that. I could see changelings doing that with a lot of things, though. That would be cool. Like she was a housewife and she became a warrior, but is chill about it? Yeah, I mean, why not be chill about it if you're a bad bitch? Man. Man, you guys are crushing these ideas. Like, look at this doc. What the fuck? I did not expect it to blow up this fast. Don't correct me if I'm wrong. Don't changelings have some kind of link like that? I don't know if it's so much telepathic. Oh yeah, that's a good one, Catboy. That's pretty spot on. But yeah, like I like that idea though. Like if there was a group of like maybe a syndicate of doppelgangers, they use their connection to each other to create a persona kind of larger than life because they could just be, they could be everywhere. Be in however many places that there are doppelgangers. And they, if they're able to share memories or experiences, then they're able to grow as kind of like this hive mind. That'd be interesting. Like kind of taking the mind flayer concept and molding it with doppelgangers would be cool. And yeah, Nurse Joy is a great example because that bitch is everywhere. You can't get away from Nurse Joy. And you can't get away from Atsuko either. Certified wetback. What am I gonna do with you, man? A turtle who was a well-decorated warrior, and through time he became a force for good and the embodiment of peace and prosperity, probably lives on a mountain under a cherry blossom, holding onto his magical sword, waiting for the next one to wield it. Too good to not be it. Call him Brohime. It's a great question. I don't remember if we addressed this. Did Droop take Obaganye? Yeah, I was gonna say. It's the only thing that makes sense is that Droop has it. Yeah, he took on the promise of strength. He sure did. Droop's a fucking king. For those in the chat who have no idea what I'm talking about, Droop is a character from the Lost Minds of Phandelver module, who in my last D&D campaign managed to survive his initial encounter with the party and basically become a party member, and literally became a fucking king by the end of the campaign. Little fucking goblin. Do you have a purpose you are trying to fulfill with an NPC? Not particularly. At least with these like first several streams, right? There's so much world building that needs to be filled in that anything you guys throw at the wall is gonna stick somewhere, right? Where it's gonna stick, I don't know yet, right? But that's the beauty of it, is by throwing out these NPC ideas, right? Like I could find a spot for Francesca. I don't know who she's gonna be a guard captain of, but she's gonna be screaming somewhere. I'm gonna tell you that, right? This devout priest, I don't know who he's praying to, but he's gonna be praying. I can tell you that, right? So it's just a matter of I'm in the kind of like super pre-alpha stages of this thing. I've got a very good outline of the super high level details. I know what the biggest themes are. I know what the deities represent. I know what it all means. But these like smaller details, like places, people, things, I need more of it. Here is a darkish one from my world, the Whisper. A gnome assassin who had their tongue cut out by his former masters after slaying them in revenge. He is now a dagger for hire. Simply whisper, I wish to speak to he who cannot, to a beggar in the particular city. He'll find you and strike a deal. Damn, that's hella dark. That ain't darkish. Cut out his tongue? His masters cut out his tongue? That's not cash money. It's going on the list. Priest thing is great, but if he doesn't fit, he doesn't fit. Well, yeah, I mean, he wouldn't he wouldn't realistically be a player character. I mean, he could be, but the thing about it being a big world is that's not necessarily true, right? Like he might not fit in the scheme of the stereotypical character, but there are gonna be a lot of weirdos, right? So in my campaign, there are only 7 gods, so that is going to be a little tricky in terms of the dynamic of how um, how certain characters interact if they don't believe in those 7 gods. But this would be a perfect example of a character who probably does not follow uh, the the main religion of the world, right? And it doesn't matter because the whole thing is he's a sorcerer. So he already is wrong in that he thinks his power comes from a deity. It doesn't matter if the deity even exists or not, right? To a certain extent. Ideally, if the deity does exist in some capacity because the deity is supposed to hate him, which is the other half of it, right? But this could be anyone. There's a lot of steps between human and God as well. So maybe the thing that he believes in him isn't quite a god, but still has influence over him. But maybe that's part of why the god can't just fucking smite him and get rid of this annoying ass. Because he's not that strong. Self-destructive character, every time they get close to accomplishing something important, they sabotage themselves. Shit. That sounds kind of, like some people in real life, to be honest. Hmm. Have you thought of putting a small island on the Shield Coast in the simplicity there is a creature at the top of the mountain that won't let them leave, and when someone goes to translate, they never return. In reality, there is no creature. Once the warrior reaches the peak and realizes that they leave the entire town behind and make their way towards. Hmm. I mean, that's the semblance of an idea. Like, I like the concept. I don't know how realistic it would be unless the journey up the mountain is so fucking arduous that you wouldn't go back down because if there's no threat at the top of the mountain, there's no reason that the guy doesn't make it to the top and just fucking go back down and say like, "Hey, we're good." You know? So there has to be something else. Right? Like what would be I like that. That's closer. But what I think would be saucier is if you maybe there's an island like you're describing and climbing the mountain itself is super fucking dangerous, right? To the point that the average person cannot make it up, right? And so maybe there's a magical barrier, right? Or something that prevents people from entering, not leaving, from entering. So when you climb the mountain to try to escape, you get to the top of the mountain and you cross that threshold. And once you've crossed, you can't get back in. So by the time you realize that, besides the perilous journey, there's no threat, right? You're fucked because you can't get back to the other side. You're now stuck without a way to let the people know. That would be interesting. And maybe no one. It would have to be something that's not on the map either, because otherwise people would try to solve it. Because if you went and you said, "Hey, I came from this place. I can't get back in. Help me." And then you went and you couldn't get in, you just think the guy's full of shit. A favorite NPC of mine, or of many of my parties, Bojana, an ogre mage who bought his way into the wizard in a chest of gold. He robbed the school, humors him, and takes his money by teaching him spells. His favorite cantrip is Sword Spell, which is just him swinging his sword. He has a spell book full of finger painted images, which doubles as a table to eat lunch on. He has a fondness for stray cats on the school campus. They're all his. Oh man. That's. I feel bad for that ogre mage. If you want, I have 2 homebrew races and wizard subclasses. They both have their own history, so I don't know how they would fit here. One are scorpion humanoid nomads of the desert, and other are isolationist man-dwelling minotaurs who have mastered magics and sound and using their instruments traditionally. They can focus sound directly onto people during. Hey, the scorpions have their own complex history, but if I were to type it out, would be here a while. Yeah, I mean, once again, share it. You know, you don't have to necessarily type everything out now, because once again, I'm gonna be back, right? So do it at your own leisure, but feel free to share this stuff, man, because like the whole idea is, you're right. Maybe it won't fit here. Maybe it will. There's a lot of room to fit stuff in, but even if it doesn't fit here, there right now 8 other people in the stream, at least, maybe more. And any of these people could find a use for your content, right? And that's really what this is all about. Is it's definitely helping me generate ideas for my campaign, but hopefully some of these ideas that you guys have thrown out and some of the things that I've talked about have helped you guys generate ideas for yourselves. Bojana has been taken on more than a few adventures by my party. Makes a great ally who is always looking to learn new spells. I bet he is. I bet he is learning to looking to learn new spells. Oh man, Bojana. That's ooh. Fling sword. Yeah, like, I would be interested to see that spell book. Could have one of his higher level spells is throw person. Traditionally, no. Moon spiders can ogres not cast spells. I don't think there's anything written specifically that an ogre couldn't learn magic. But wizardry is based primarily on your intelligence stat, which ogres have an extremely low intelligence. So to Bardic Dan's point, even if he decided he wanted to be a wizard, his ability to access magic would be extremely limited. And his ability to teach himself magic would be even more limited. Yeah. Yeah, because he's very dumb, is the idea. That's why it's a little fucked up that these wizards are taking advantage of him like that. Let me see, what is the ogre stat block? I wonder what their intelligence is. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. -3 intelligence. Hell yeah. There we go. Fucking Archmage. It's the Archmage that Nova Lactose was talking about. the big bad evil guy is Bojana. The Archmage Ogre. Oh, there we go. Imagine. You'd probably be fucked if an ogre was an archmage. A dude who could fucking throw you across the sea could also just banish you to a different dimension. You'd be pretty fucked. Hmm. These are great ideas, guys. Let's see. If I got any new folks here, I know that we've got people coming in and out. Appreciate you stopping by. Please feel free to look over the Word doc and add any suggestions that you'd like. Take any suggestions you'd like and use them in your own campaigns. If you've been here for a bit and you like what you see so far, please give us a follow. It really does help out. If you know anyone else who might like this content, let them know about it. I believe our Discord's probably floating around somewhere here in the chat if you want to check that out as well. It's a little bare bones now. But it's only day 2 of the stream, so we're making good progress. So once again, thank you everyone who's contributed, everyone who's followed, everyone who's, even if you're just sitting here and you haven't said a single thing, that's cool too. If you're just chilling, enjoying the show, I appreciate you all the same. Let's see, Bardic Dan. Time for a change of pace. Here's an item. Circlet of Healing. Okay, cool. I'm down for that. Rare, this 3-foot metal ring, empowering healing magic. When using this item to cast a healing, the user may cast the spell as a ritual, taking 10 minutes. Spell cast this way, always heals for the maximum amount, plus 50%. Damn. Did you make this? Or is this actually a thing? Thank you, Certified Webback, for posting the Discord. Oh, excuse me. Oh, where are my magic items? I did not need. Sure. I mean, I get all that. There we go. Example, Cure Wounds cast this way would heal for 12 HP, 1d8 maxed, plus 50%, plus caster spellcasting modifier. I like that. That's pretty good. It would be a good item to use during a short rest as well. You're ritual casting it so it doesn't use the spell slot. That's interesting. Trying to think if that's too powerful in any way. But no, I don't think so. Because it's still a ritual cast. The only thing that would be dangerous is when you're getting to those like super high level spells and you then can ritual cast it on a class that doesn't have ritual casting, which yeah, I don't know. Like if it were a heal, or a straight heal, you could ritual cast that. That'd be crazy. Anyways, I got some less than useful or useless magic items if you'd like them. Yeah, absolutely. No magic item is useless. Uh, I mean, no item is useless in general. It's D&D. You can find a way to make it useful. A blade of warning who scares really easily. Love you too, Moon Spiders. You have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Scorpion people are desert nomads who inhabit the deserts in my world. They are a playable race with 3 sub-races. The traditional sand nomads. Militaristic and strongest warrior rulers. Society third an ice scorpion. An ice scorpion? That's sick. I'm going to put this on the dock. Nova Lactose. It seems like you have some... Well, you're not the only one, to be fair, but you definitely have some, like, well thought out stuff if you're already talking about, like, subclasses for these specific races. Have you published any of your stuff? I mean, really, Bardic Dan, Catboy, I could ask you the same thing. Because I've considered... I wonder what the best way to publish the stuff would be anyways. You know, because you can always post it on Reddit. But... I don't know. But you see these people who have, like, the fancy looking... Excuse me. Like, the official looking... like, just the official looking shit. Online all the time. Like, it looks like the actual... Like, it would come in a book. Oh, no. What? Catboy. Did you come up with that? It glows when placed in fire while being worn. So it doesn't even glow in the fire if it's just in fire in and of itself? It gives me a good mundane item idea, though. A fire alarm. Magical fire alarm. Both of those are going on the list. Ooh. Then I need... There are ideas I've had for a while, but only just wrote it up last week after my friend coerced me into running a game after I started talking about world building ideas. Hey man, well, congratulations. I hope you're happy about being coerced into running a game, because it is a large undertaking, especially if you're going homebrew. But I find it very fulfilling. So hopefully you have fun with it and it all works out. And if I or any of the other chat members can give any advice or help you out in any way, I'm sure we'd be more than happy to do so. So, has to be worn to function. That's why I was afraid of Catboy. I won't say that it's useless, but it's not useful, if that makes any sense. Kind of tired of seeing the lone wizard. What about a mafia of only wizards that organizes crime in all cities? There's actually a book I read that kind of has that, The Lies of Locke Lamora. It's a good read. I would recommend it. Not my favorite book, but it was solid read, and it was a very interesting concept how they used magic in those books. Helm of Opened Eyes. This metal helmet is crafted from gleaming silver. Every inch of the skull cap is covered with impressions of lifelike eyes. These eyes do not move, but in the corner of your eye you could swear they do. The irises of each eye are plated in gold. When worn, this helmet grants the wearer advantage on vision-based perception checks. Once per day, the helmet grants its wearer true sight to a distance of 120 feet for 5 minutes. Interesting. That true sight. True sight is no joke. That is strong. I get the sense that you like to play in high magic systems, Bardic Dan. Oh, shit. Well, that changes it. That changes it from being potentially busted to being potentially not busted. Amulet of rain detection. I'm sensing a theme here, Catboy. Like, you may as well just say amulet of plainly obvious. Tells the wearer one fact they already know. I do tend to play in pretty magical settings. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I like high magic. Uh, I like what I like to do. Ideally, is kind of separate the levels of magic. So just making sure there are areas where the world is relatively low magic because maybe it's a poorer town or this part of the world doesn't have access to some resources that allow for the magic, or you know, whatever intrigue you want to use to separate it. But starting players off in a much lower magic setting and then kind of having the access to magic scale as they level up is always fun to me. Sword of Death. When the user dies, the Sword of Death drops to the ground. They have to be wielded again. Oh my fucking god. Oh no. Oh shit. That is that's a good one. That was a good joke. Certified webback. Sword of Death. I think you could apply that to basically any handheld weapon. That enchantment, you know? You could get the Dagger of Death, the Hand Axe of Death, Crossbow of Death. Oh. But yeah, Axe of Absence. That's a good one. So what's y'all's exposure to D&D? What how long have you guys been playing the game? I guess is what I'm trying to ask. Playing and or DMing. For anyone in the chat who care to answer. During my last job, I would put in earbuds and listen to music and would world build, daydream all day. Then I'd come home and write them all down. 2.5 years later, I have a notebook filled with notes. All content about trees. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, man. That's awesome. Yeah, it's kind of been the same thing for me. I definitely have a lot of work to do to uh, get it where I wanted, but at least the creation myth and kind of the high level story of um, the story that I want to tell with this campaign and the world that I want to build with this campaign setting has been in the works for about 6 years now. On and off, so to speak. But I had the initial concept 6 years ago, and it was just something that never left my mind. And now it's like a fully formed idea with a lot going into it. So, good for you, man. That's awesome that you've been putting that together for so long, and now you're finally going to get to do something with it. Have you considered writing a book in the setting? When you have that much time put into a world, you should use it every chance you get. Yeah, I agree. I mean, if you have any interest in writing a book or even like a short story, maybe within the setting, you should definitely go for it if that's something that interests you. It is very different writing uh, a book or a story, but it's something I'm considering doing with my setting. Uh, I started playing 3.5 back in the early 2010s. Do you have a preference? 3.5 versus 5e? Hey, I am the one that got you into it, kind of. I mean, really, that has more to do with our first DM. I was just the one who encouraged you to show up. But if it wasn't for our first DM, or rather, not my first DM, but our first DM that we played together with, I don't know that any of this would have happened. Bardic Dan dropping the sauce yet again. Life coin, very rare. This coin is a representation of fleeting time and the inevitability of death, with a skull on one face and an hourglass on the other. When the holder of this coin dies, they return to life 1d4 hours later in peak condition. Once the coin is used in this way, the holder dies 1d4 hours later unless they are holding a new life coin. Rare life coins come in increments of days, weeks, months, and even years. That is fucking saucy. That is saucy. I like that one. That's really good. The mechanics on that are very balanced too, because I'm sure there's probably a couple ways you could get out of it through magic, but depending on the DM. I've been playing D&D for like 20 years. God. Well, no wonder you got all this knowledge to dump on us. You're probably the most senior one in here, so congratulations. Been doing it professionally for 5. Congratulations again. I've considered doing that. What was that like? You go to the hobby shops and run your games there, or what do you mean by doing it professionally? Or you do it on Roll20, maybe for like the paid games? Started DMing when 5e came out. Me too, man. I just started organizing my random thoughts into a cohesive player usable content. I can drop some first draft text in the Discord if you want. Yeah, go for it. Certified Webback, if you could make a channel that would be appropriate for that kind of content, because that's something that I was planning on doing later anyways. You can name it whatever you want for now. But yeah, Nova Lactose, feel free to drop any of that stuff in the Discord just in the right channel once he creates it. Yeah, to that point, once again, if you guys have joined the Discord, thank you. That is going to be the place where we kind of continue these conversations off the Twitch stream, right, in between podcast episodes and in between uh, live streams. So if you have any ideas that you can't wait to post, on the Twitch stream, by all means, post them in the Discord. And also share ideas of things you want us to talk about on the podcast there, specifically. So that way we can make the podcast as relevant as possible. Our goal with the podcast is to eventually make it an interview style podcast where we actually bring people on, whether it's remotely or in person, to actually have conversations about D&D and other role-playing games with them. So there's a lot of good stuff in the works. But yeah, I think your campaign's going to be awesome, Nova Lactose. If you have that much back work prepared, right, the best advice I could give you is just don't get too drenched in preparation when it comes to the individual sessions, right? That's one thing that I had to learn the hard way, is that having all of this information handy is really going to inform your world building and your setting and obviously the playground that you're giving, or the sandbox that you're giving to your players. But don't get so stuck on the preparation aspect for an individual session. It's good to prepare, obviously, but if you overdo it, a lot of times it ends up being quicksand. Ring of Thud. When jumping, falling from a high place transfers your falling damage to the target of your choice. 20% chance of failing to transfer damage. Okay. That's interesting. Does it require attunement? I probably wouldn't make it require attunement. Otherwise, it's pretty bad. And does it require a reaction is another good question. I would probably make it require a reaction. So it's like a slow fall type thing. You fucking drop out of the sky. You would say yes to both. Okay, that's fair. I don't know if I would make it a attunement, but that's fair. Actually, yeah, I probably would. You're probably right. Not to toot my own horn too loud, but I have a brick and mortar studio space, custom table, lights, music, minis, the whole 9 yards. I run in-person games exclusively with 5 parties on the go at the moment. Hey man, that's fucking awesome. Congratulations to you. If you don't mind me asking, either where it's located or what it's called in general. I don't know if you even want to share that. It's totally up to you. I understand if not. But specifically with those custom tables, tell me a little bit more about that, because I'm looking for a table solution. Because my table situation right now is not great. It's fine. Gets the job done, but it's nothing special. I would really love to have something much nicer by the time the campaign starts. But yeah, man, toot that fucking horn. That's what this is for. Toot your horn. Yeah, if you want to post the picture in the Discord, that would be fucking awesome. Just so we can see it. Obviously, if it's custom, it's not gonna, I just want to see it. Sounds badass. Let me see. Check out the Discord real quick. Yeah, Nova Lactose. There are a few text channels you can use now, like either the world building or characters channel for whatever you feel is most appropriate, or even races. Looks like, oh, yeah, you're already doing it. Very cool. Very cool. I like it. Yeah, I saw. I just saw that you dropped the scorpion people. Thank you, sir. Ooh, let's see it. Damn. That is badass. Fuck. Did you end up painting it? I probably should minimize that. Yeah, that's really cool. I'm jealous. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little jealous. Just a little bit though. More happy for you than jealous. You're good. Take your time. There's no rush. What do you guys typically run your, obviously Nova lactose is homebrew, but do you guys typically run your settings in Faerun, or I should say the Forgotten Realms? Or what setting do you normally run? Yeah, holy shit is right. It's badass. Eberron? Okay. What do you like about Eberron? Just out of curiosity, I've only ever played um, in Eberron once as a player, not as a DM. But it was a very, if I'm being honest, very interesting or weird take on it. It was kind of, it was very different. So I don't know if the way that my DM ran it is how the book actually says to run certain things. Oh, that's actually really cool. So they made a fucking campaign setting out of this, quote unquote random's story. Just a random dude. Man, that would be cool. That's the dream right there. Could you guys imagine in fucking 3 years from now, if 3 years from now fucking Wizards of the Coast is publishing a book or a campaign guide to a campaign setting that we made in a Twitch stream? Come on now. Can't tell me that wouldn't be. Oh god, this table is sick. And you got your stream deck and everything on it. You got the little TV there. That's, oh wow. That is badass. Well, I'm gonna need a new table. Fuck, that is so cool. Before the lights in the backdrop, so it gets even better than that. Jesus Christ. That is wild. Let's see. Well, we probably got about 30 minutes left for tonight's stream, guys. Just as a quick heads up. So once again, if you're still here, thank you. thank you so much for all the good conversation, all the great interactions, or even just for sitting around, chilling, and listening. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe so you can see the next time that we go online. Um, Plan to do this again on Saturday, specifically for character building. Hey, Nova Lactose, my dude, I love you. It says right there, all in the meme. Um, but yeah, we will definitely be back online on Saturday, doing some character building with the concepts that we went over earlier. So we got about 30 minutes left. Feel free to continue posting ideas, and I'll keep adding them to the doc. But I would love to, for the next 30 minutes, just kind of talk about your guys' D&D experiences some more. Because I think it's really interesting. That's literally what the podcast is about, is talking about D&D experiences. So, Bardic Dan, that was before the lights and the backdrop went up. Each player station was just wide enough to fit an open PHB on one side and a character sheet in the other cubby. There are LEDs in each player station as well as USB outlets. It was a fun project. I bet. How much did it cost you to like like obviously you can buy like pre-made tables from like Wormwood that are ridiculously expensive, but I'm sure it still wasn't cheap to build it. Cheaper for sure, but how about a pack of wolves that hunt people in their dreams? Fun side plot idea I've had. Oh shit. Would be interesting. Do do they well, I'd have some questions about that one. Like, do the wolves only hunt certain types of people? Because they just hunt everyone, it'd probably be pretty easy pickings. People would die quite often because they're going to be fairly defenseless in their dreams, unless in their dreams they can fight back, because it's a dream. But the baseline concept is very interesting. There's a lot of ways you could expand on that and make it into a like maybe they only, for instance, attack elves who don't actually typically dream, but they go into like the trance, which is like the shared elven consciousness, depending on what setting you're using. Right, so maybe these wolves attack elves within the trance. That would be fucking wild. To answer a question you asked a while back, I won't say exactly where, but it's my full-time job and I love it. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, no, I definitely don't want you guys giving out any private information that you don't feel comfortable sharing. So no worries there. It costed about $500 in parts and a priceless amount of personal labor. $500 not including the PC I used to run the games. Fair enough. 500 is not bad though for the parts, but yeah, I bet that labor was priceless. Yeah, I would have guessed priceless. Wow. I'm Yeah, that's fucking wild for sure. So you've been a professional DM for 5 years. Do you find that people seek you out for it, like kind of often, or do you have to advertise your services a lot if you're doing it full time? Yeah, don't let your dreams be dreams. That's the whole reason I'm doing this, right? Is like candidly speaking, I have a great job that I just landed, but it doesn't start for a month, and I've been putting some of these, I've had all these ideas that I just haven't done anything with, and I'm just tired of doing that. So this is gonna be my year, and I'm gonna make all the things that I want to make happen. Starting with this D&D campaign. Had to do a lot of legwork in the beginning to find people. Now I have a very long wait list. That's that seems very reasonable. Because once you're proven, I think it's the kind of thing that so many people want to play the game, and they want to play it the quote unquote right way and get that true experience. And then, especially if you don't want to shell out the money for, you know, $500 in priceless labor to build the tables. And yeah, I mean, finding good DMs is hard, very hard. I know, because I have played in a lot of games. I've only played with a couple of solid DMs. And not to toot my horn too loud, but the best DM that I've ever played with said I'm the best DM he's ever played with. So, but I'm sure there are plenty of people better than me out there, which is why I love to learn. My 5-6 player parties, new players only get seats when someone leaves. It's been a while since the spot opened up. Toot that horn too, friend. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yeah, I bet, man. Like, because once you're in a good group with a good DM, like, you don't want to give that up. Like, it took me so long to get the right group of people. Man, I never want to give that up. Yeah. You do you ever do any one shots, or is it pretty much all straight? Like, what am I trying to say? Is it pretty much all just within the same campaign? I found that spin-offs or doing one shots can be kind of a fun way to test out some of my homebrew stuff. Did one a few weeks ago for my main D&D group to test out some of the concepts that we're actually talking about here. And that was very successful. It was so much fun. Corporate events. I do the occasional one-shot birthday weddings, corporate events. They're a lot of fun. Haven't done one since before times COVID has been an issue. Yeah, makes sense. That's completely fair. But corporate events, corporations hire you to come fucking run D&D games? Bardic Dan, you might be the GOAT. Might be the GOAT. That is crazy. That is team building events. Oh my god. That is awesome. That might be the coolest thing that I've heard all stream. Getting hired to do a team building event by running a D&D campaign. That's why I love this game. Wow. Yeah, I know what you mean, Nova Lactose. I thought the wolves would hunt people with certain magic powers that they consume in order to strengthen themselves. A little like Wild Hunt Witcher in The Witcher. A style fighting back could be Nightmare on Elm Street, where they bring them to the real world and can actually fight them, or they acquire a magical ward that protects them, but as a condition they need the ward in a position, or else the wolves can find them again. I don't know if you've read The Wheel of Time by Robert Jordan. Great series. But they have a concept very similar. Not very similar, just similar. Where they have a dream world that you can only enter if you have certain abilities or certain items. But effectively, if you can't enter it, then you're safe, so to speak. Like if someone wanted to attack you, they couldn't really do much to you in the dream world if you also couldn't enter the dream world, in a manner of speaking. but you could watch and listen and do a lot of interesting things from that dream world. D&D is a great game. 5e is my favorite, but it is the biggest game and where the money is at for me. Uh, Genesis. Okay. Never heard of Genesis. What makes it your favorite? And yeah, 5e definitely has its flaws. I think just ultimately, right, and I am essentially only a 5e player, right? Because that's what was out when I started and the only thing that I've really had exposure to, and obviously it's so popular compared to the other editions and other role playing games. Not a lot of reason um, to try to branch out at this exact moment, but I'd love to learn other role playing games in the future. But I think it's just so approachable. Like, I think it's definitely the way to get people into the role playing game space. Oh, wow. So it's even more approachable then. No numbers, much less crunchy than 5e, which is already pretty tame compared to 3.5. Yeah, that's what I've always heard, is that 5e is much less. Like, basically, instead of having all of these additional rules for benefits or advantages, they literally just cookie cutter it into advantage. And that's what kind of cuts out the fat from some of these other dice based or mechanically complicated rules that used to exist in the game. Yeah, absolutely not. And and this was what I was talking about on Monday. Actually, is like ultimately when it comes to the whole advantage thing, if you don't like it, that's what homebrew's for. And that essentially applies, I guess, to almost any role playing game to a certain degree, or any mechanic. Is if you have a better idea, use it. Is it really? Yeah, that's fair. Because I'm gonna be honest, I'm a pretty good math guy, but you know, the approachability of 5e definitely is one of the things that kept me trying to find the right group. I may not like I wouldn't have necessarily been scared off by the math in the beginning if it had been more complicated, but I also may not have attempted to get as many people into it if I thought the math was more demanding or the mechanics of the game were so demanding that it wasn't approachable for other people, even if I myself could have handled it. If that makes any sense. Whew. Mm. Hey, Bardic Dan is now following. Thank you, Bardic Dan. Hey, we got 7 follows today. That's pretty solid. That's honestly better than what I was expecting. I was expecting 2 or 3, or hoping for 2 or 3. So I appreciate you. I definitely appreciate all the good conversation. It's been awesome talking to you. Hopefully, you know, I know life is busy, and especially if you're a full time DM. But if you guys are able to make it on Saturday, that would be awesome too. I'd love to have you guys help me build these characters. Um, my friends introduced me to 5e in a very slow way that I found was very easy for me to grasp. Yeah, and I think that's kind of the thing. Like we talk about it in the first podcast episode that we're gonna release next week. But my co-host, he literally thought that the game was for fucking nerds. Like, like obviously it's nerdy, it's nerd-esque, right? But like he thought you had to be an over the top, like, no common sense type of, like the stereotypical thing. And this dude loves the game now. He loves it. Um, but I feel like older versions of D&D, at least with being so comparatively unapproachable, comparatively, because they're definitely approachable if you're willing to put in the effort. Um, I think helped some of the misconceptions, and obviously the fact that the what am I trying to say? Like this whole concept, what we're doing right now, is part of the reason why D&D is also approachable now. Is not only is it more mechanically simple, people can go online and watch a Twitch stream or watch a YouTube video and truly understand what it's all about and see that it's not what you know your mom might have told you it was when you were a kid. Do you guys use Hero Forge for y'all's characters, or do y'all hire an artist? Genuinely curious. Um, I personally use Hero Forge. I love Hero Forge. I would love to have my own 3D printer, but that's one of the perks I provide is a mini from Hero Forge. I have a 3D printer in the studio. I just print and paint them for each player. Damn, you go as far as the painting them? See, I'm not very when it comes to writing, once again, not to my own horn, but I feel like I'm a pretty solid writer. When it comes to like actual, when it comes to painting, coloring, painting, I can't do it. I can't do it. It's not me. It's not me. Uh, but that is really cool that you have your own 3D printer. It is for nerds, and I'm one of them. Yes, you are a certified webback. Pretty sure we all are at this point. Yeah, exactly, Bardic Dan. I personally don't find that the case. I'd even say most of my players aren't typical nerds. There are a few for sure. Yeah, it, you D&D is such, it's the ultimate, like not D&D specifically, but role playing games, right? Are just the ultimate way of the ultimate entertainment, in my opinion, because there's just nothing else that lets you experience things with other people to the degree that role playing games like D&D do, right? Like you can watch a movie and feel sad or happy or whatever. You can play a game and feel those things. You can sit down with someone while they watch you play the game and feel those things. But there isn't anything like D&D when it comes to sharing those experiences with other people at the same time. That's my opinion, at least. So I say all that because I have ran games for people who are like the person you would stereotypically expect to never play D&D, and they've absolutely loved it. I don't think I've ever ran a game for someone who didn't enjoy D&D, whether I ran a good session or a bad session. And they may not have known what they were getting into, but by the time it was over, they loved it. Yeah, soldiers, cops. One of my buddies is in the or is a veteran. He was in the Marines, and he loves it. The only reason I don't paint myself is I'm not steady enough for it. Let's check out this attachment. Dang. That's cool. That is really cool. Whew. This was a very successful stream. I'm very happy with what we accomplished today, both in the actual notes section, uh, fucking thick hut. No one out thicks the hut. Sorry, what was I saying? I was saying this was a great stream, guys. Almost 4 hours in, and we got a lot done. Had a lot of good conversation. Got a few followers. Yeah, this was nice. This is really nice. There's some really good convo, which is kind of more so the point, like even more than the story building. Like that's the reason why we're here. But I just want to talk to people who enjoy this game and see what else is out there and generate ideas. So I hope you guys will be back because I enjoy talking to each and every one of you. Yeah, for sure. It was great talking to you as well, Catboy. You definitely stop back on Saturday if you guys want to see me do that character creation. And like I said, like at the end of the day, I know a lot of people start these Twitch channels for the views or the money, and for me, that's not a concern. But I would definitely appreciate if you think there's anyone who has something to add to this kind of community, that you share this with them, or help get it out there. Just because the more people we can get into these conversations, or the more quality people we can get into these conversations, the better ideas we can come up with. Nova Lactose, definitely post any of that stuff in the Discord as at your leisure. I'll respond to it as I can. Hell yeah, Catboy. Can't wait. Yeah, plans to start at 8 o'clock. I'm gonna try to get into the habit of doing at least 4 hours 3 times a week. Make it kind of a part-time thing. Put 12 hours in at least. So that's the plan for now. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. Mondays and Wednesdays will be world building days, and then Saturdays will be like deep dive days. So I'll probably take suggestions on Saturdays for what I should do the following Saturday. So I'm thinking we do characters this Saturday, and then next Saturday maybe we deep dive into something different. But yeah, the whole point is for it to be engagement based. So whatever you guys want to talk about is what I want to talk about, because I have plenty of time to write all of these things out. This shit is fun though. Like the fact that we could do this for, I call it 3.5 hours, because the first 30 minutes was mostly me sitting here by myself, just chilling, just writing down my own notes. But either way, that's all well and good. Yeah, and then definitely keep an eye out for the podcast if that interests you. No pressure either way. Yeah, go for it, Bardic Dan. If you end up doing it, just let us know so we can follow you. Right, like the whole thing is, and this is the thing that I saw when I was like 30 minutes before I got on stream. I was kind of just going through other channels trying to see the community, and the community just at least through Twitch, right, seems to be just kind of filled with either giants or ants, you know? Like, there wasn't anyone, I think, above like 200, 300 views on the D&D channel, which is kind of crazy because D&D is so popular. But I guarantee tomorrow that once Critical Role throws up their live stream, and there's going to be quite a few more people on D&D, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. I think Critical Role is awesome, and they've done a lot of amazing things. But I think there's definitely room for the community to grow closer. So I love the game. I'd love to see more voices kind of propelled, and I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna succeed at it, but I'm gonna try. We'll see what happens. But yeah, to that point, Bardic Dan, just go for it. Try it. That's the best thing you can do is try it. And then send me the link so I can follow it. Maybe someday. Fair enough. Fair enough. Whatever day that is, just let me know. I'll be your first follow. You got a lot of good ideas, so who knows? Maybe one day one of us will play in the other's D&D campaign, or even a one shot. That'd be kind of cool. It'd be pretty sick, actually. I would love to have this shit get big enough that's actually like a feasible thing to do. Run like stream sessions for you guys, or vice versa. Let you guys run a session, and I could join in on it. Okay. We are in our last few minutes, so if you are still here, you are awesome. Just want to start off by saying that you are awesome. If you made it to the last few minutes of my commitment to do this for 4 hours, then you are the GOAT. If for some reason you've been here this long and you have not followed, then go ahead and hit that follow button. I would greatly appreciate it. Helps let other people know that I'm doing this, and that we're doing this, and that we're all talking and having a good time, and that we'll do it again on Saturday. The stream should look even better on Saturday. I think it looks okay, but I got a new webcam coming in Friday, so hopefully that shows up on time and things will be looking good. If you missed anything and you want to go back and kind of watch through any of the notes or the things that we talked about, I will post the video to YouTube. The link is on the channel, and it's just the same name, just Waifu Central. If you were kind enough to join the Discord for our Before D&D podcast, feel free to leave any notes or ideas that you have there as well, any questions that maybe you have, or just anything that you want to talk about in general. I'll try to be as responsive as possible in between stream sessions. But yeah, not a lot to plug right now. Obviously, it's very early in, so it's really just me, YouTube, and a podcast. And one day, the greatest D&D game ever ran. Maybe, probably, hopefully, we'll see. Yeah, early days are the best. They really are. I'm just, I know it's only 17 people, right? Like, that doesn't sound like a lot, but the fact that I've only done this for 2 days, and candidly, like, this was a thing where literally I was driving to work on Sunday, And I was like, man, you know what? I need to write this shit. Wouldn't it be cool if I did this? Like, it was literally, wouldn't it be cool? I bet some people would come in and talk to me. Maybe not a lot of people, but some people would come talk to me while I write D&D stuff. And now here we are 3 days later. We got 17 people following the channel. We'll see what we get to on Saturday. You know, if we could get past 20 by Saturday, that'd be sick. The goal is to get to 50 by March. And yeah, I appreciate all the support, Bardic Dan. I think we're gonna make this into something nice. So the goal is just make it a little bit better every time we do it. Make it engaging for you guys. You know, whatever you guys end up wanting this to be. My origin story. True. True. Yeah. I wonder what this will look like a year from now. That'll be interesting to look back. Maybe I need to make a video for that. That's a long way off, but it'll be an idea. Compare the quality of the stream and all of that stuff once we get to that point. Let's see. Yeah, it's about that time. Alright, everyone. Well, it is about that time for me to sign off. So I will hopefully see all of you on Saturday, 8 o'clock Central Time. Feel free to tune in at any point from 8. I'm going to try to do it for 4 hours again, so from 8 to 12. But yeah, thanks for all of the great ideas and feedback, and you all have a wonderful night. Peace.